Oh, hang on. This game has funny sounds and we're missing it. Because I didn't set it up before stream. It's very cute. It looks like its own little whole OS. Hang on. Hang on. It even has its own funny boot up screen like mine, but we missed it. Because I forgot to do this first. Is it capturing? It is. Okay. You know what, chat? Hang on. I want you to see that because it's very cute. So we're going to do it again. Is it going to capture in time? Nope. Never mind. Okay. It'll capture this, but not the fucking intro. That's fine. That's fine. We're going to play the game anyway. Because I'm very excited and I love math. Math with an A, chat. Hello, chat member. Sorry, I didn't know you ranted. You know, sometimes I do. It happens. It happens to everybody. We all rant occasionally. It gets the best of us every once in a while. Maybe I do like the light. I don't know. I'm figuring it out still. Maybe I just have it too high up. Maybe that's why I don't like it. Because it's just way up there. Maybe I need to like do this. That's a little better because it's not directly fucking on top of my head. I don't know how to figure out what timer is making Nightbot do that. It's gonna make me mad. Okay. Okay. No more worrying about it. I want to do some fucking math. This, however, is gonna piss me off for at least an hour before I get the hang of it. Because it's essentially just learning like a math coding language. I'll get it. We'll get it. Replicube is a game about generating 3D objects made of tiny cubes. Look at them. We're doing it. Object area is divided up into a grid of these cubes, which are called voxels. Yes, I know what voxels are. They would be empty or filled in with a color from the palette, so we get a little color palette also. That's a good blue, and that's a good green. I wonder if there's a... I mean, I'm sure there's like a free build sort of mode.
Skull Ultimate sent 30 bits.
Thank you for the bits, Jabber. Skull Ultimate. I was worried I was gonna stutter if I said that because there's 2 ulls in there. To create objects, you'll write code to decide the value for each voxel. Oh, I skipped one. Hang on. Here's perhaps the simplest possible program. It simply returns a number and all of the voxels become that color. Wow. So if you just return the number, it colors them all. That makes sense. If my code only returns a single number, how could I possibly make complex objects with math? Code is not only run one time, actually your code is run separately for every voxel in the object area. In this example, your code is run 27 times. When your code is run, special variables x, y, and z are preset with the location of the current voxel. So really your code is the answer to the question, what is the value of the voxel at x, y, z? That makes sense. Because all of the shit that I saw was like math for position spacing, like multiple of the same color without having to run 2 separate chunks of code. Here's a slightly more complex example. You can see that the code returns different values depending on x, y, and z. Wow, a little square. I wish I could spin it. X is 0, return 7. Else if y is 0, then return 10. It's 0. Okay, so it's 0 from the middle, not from the corners. So we're working from the center out. I didn't know if it was going to be like 3D printing build plate style where it would start from one corner and work in every direction, or if it was going to start from the center. But it's from the middle. Oh my god, was that all of it? Did I close that on accident? Probably not. Probably not. What?
Just watched the video where Mort says that you're high on Jenko.
Oh, yeah. He did say that.
Where is that guy?
probably playing Scum, and if I get too mad at this game after a couple hours, I'll probably also play Scum. Because it'd be funny. And I don't have to do anything tomorrow other than stream more and take pictures, so.
You're high on Jenkum.
I'm not high on Jankum.
I said.
That is what he said. But it's not true. Oh, it's the music. Don't leave my dirt alone. Leave me alone. Let me play my game. Leave me alone! How am I supposed to focus and do math? If you're pestering me. Wow. CubeNet. That's cute. Thank you for registering your replicube terminal. Please find attached tutorial projects to get you started. Wow. This is so cute. This reminds me of if Hypnospace Outlaw was like a Mac OS instead of a like an old looking Windows OS. Gotta make this smaller. It's too much. Okay. Oh my god, there's so much. The very basics. Wow. Time to learn. I put my glasses on as a bit for this stream, but I tend to like look above them, and I think it's gonna give me a headache if I do that, so. That's what I get for having my monitor, like, I would have to sit like this to see everything, and I don't want to sit like that. It's not comfortable, so. We'll see how long I keep them on.
Welcome to the
Perhaps
chat room, Moldy Slug.
Perhaps we do this, except I've had them on for a long time. Never mind. Had them on for too long and now I kind of need them. Oops. Hello, Evan. Poopy face, that's not a nice thing to say to me. I can't believe you'd say that. Your job is to write code to generate an object that matches the one in the upper right, so this guy. The code should return the color you want each voxel to be. You can use names or numbers. At least they give you the palette here. Colors. Try modifying the code below to match the color in the reference, even. Not preference. What would that be? 7? Wow. Look at that. Poopy face, are we getting lore right now? Your real name is also Evan? Oh my god, look at this. Look at this blossoming friendship. Can't believe you guys have the same 2 names, but they're switched. One of you is Evan Poopy Face and the other one's Poopy Face Evan. That's crazy. Chat, can you hear my neighbor's fuck-ass dog? Your soulmates? Probably. If you guys get married, I have to be at the wedding. I brought you together. Wow. Oh, this is all the... Okay, this is all the info. Wow. Code size measures the amount of code in your solution. Cycles the performance of your... Oh, so they do score you based on how clean your code is also. Wow. I'll get to CubeNet. Oh, you can't see my password. Cool. Haha, funny. I guess I have to make one. Oh, so it's a real email. Okay. I will do that at some point. Evan should be everyone's name. That's a good point. You made a good point. I would like to do that at some point. That's very cute that you can do that. This one Remember what you are trying to match. This. Each time your code is run, 3 variables will be preset for you, identifying the location of the current voxel. 3 variables are x, y, and z without quotes. You can use these conditions to decide what value to return based on x, y, and z. Y is greater than. Wow, that's greater than, not less than. Y is greater than -2, then return dark blue, else return light green, and correct. Yes, at least I know that much. Y is greater than, 0. I think. Yes, and then it's, not return light green, it's return 8. Whatever the fuck that color is. Evan's my name now too? Alright, chat. Get out your pens. Get out your legal documentation. We're all submitting petitions of name change to Evan. Every single one of us. It's close enough to my name, I think it'd be easy to adjust to. Can use many different conditions to compare numbers. Here's a quick list. A equals B. Yes, that's direct equality, aka they are exactly the same. I remember learning that when I learned about 2 minutes of JavaScript. Less than B is less than B, less than or equal to, greater than, equal to, not equal to. Comparisons to solve this one. It'd be greater than or equal to 2. Wow. Greater than or equal to 2. Return red. Less than or equal to -2. There we go. Oh, the gaps. Wow, time for the gaps. Ooh, eggnog is gross. This is not true. This is incorrect information. I don't care if you sourced it yourself. I don't care if you tasted eggnog and it was gross to you. It's not gross. It's very good. I guess very specifically, vegan eggnog is good. Poopy face, if you tried real eggnog and you thought it was gross, I mean this so sincerely, try vegan eggnog because it's actually good. It just tastes like gingerbread latte without the coffee. It's very good. No eggs. No eggs involved, which is the gross part. To me, at least. Drinking eggs is a little scary to me, even when I wasn't vegan. Religion is fracturing. The 2 people at the top have to agree with everything. One of you has to change your mind. Real talk, I turned 31 last month. I've been effing eggnog since I was 15. I can't put down eggnog like I used to. What, like alcoholic eggnog? Just drink regular eggnog. Unless you mean you're just drinking so much eggnog that like the eggs are making you sick. That's kind of crazy. In that case, you should switch to vegan eggnog because no egg to make you sick. Very tasty. Returning 0 or empty will make the voxel into an empty space. X is greater than or equal to 2. Oop. And Z is greater than or equal to 2, then return black. Wow. But I want that to be greater than or equal to 0 on X. And greater than or equal to -1. And I also don't want it to be... Oh, no, I don't know. No. That's negative. That's 0. Oops. Wow. I didn't read the thing at the bottom. What did that say? Colors are just numbers. It'll take the y coordinate, add red. Results the desired color for that row. y equals 1 just above center, the color should be orange. Switches number, so this code will take the y coordinate, add red. Hang on, I have to read this like 4 times because my brain shut off. Colors are just numbers. Yes, these numbers. Correct. I like that if you mouse over them, it tells you where they are. That's helpful. This code will take the y coordinate. So the number of the y coordinate, add red, which is 7. Correct. The result is the desired color for that row. This means that when y equals 1, just above center, color should be orange 8. Hang on, I understand what they're saying. Because that is what causes the color change. I understand, because if I change this to 10, if I change this to 10, then it shifts up on the scale to 10. Wow. If I shift this up on the scale to 10, then it shifts the color gradient up on the scale of numbers. Now I understand. Because they wanted 7 plus y, because red is 7, and that creates the gradient. Okay. 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 Because the y denotes the layer that's changing color. If I change this to x, now it's a sideways gradient. Okay. Okay. Sorry, chat, I had to work through that. It took me a second. The way it was worded had me freaking out for a moment. Conditions can be combined. Use keywords like and, or, and or. Y equals 0 and x equals 0, then return white. No. Nope, I want it. Z greater than or equal to 1. I also need to just add that. Let's put it in the front. Z equal no, greater than or equal to 1. And y is greater than or equal to 1. I don't like the spaces. They make me confused. I like them in neat little chunks that I can easily understand. X also greater than or equal to 1. Oops. And I want it to return 5. Wow. Look at that, chat. Ooh. Funny. I like that you can turn these on and off. This is my least favorite thing in the world, and I don't know why people like it. The, like, weird flared view. I don't know what that's called. Not a fan. ABS can be used to return the absolute value of a number. Absolute value is the positive size of a number. The absolute value of -5 is 5. Yes, I remember learning this in high school. I don't remember which class. Oops. It's very useful for simplifying making objects with symmetry. Absolute value is 4, then return white. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because it's 4 on both sides. So this I would need 2 in every direction. Well, I guess not every direction, just Y and X. Absolute value of X is 2. And no, because that will make extra lines. That will make just dots in a square. I guess I don't need to. This game reminds me of what my dad does for a living. Fuck yeah, your dad sounds cool as shit. I just wish I could chunk these into one block since they're both white. I guess you can nest them. I need to brush up on my fucking JavaScript, but if I'm being honest, this might help me. Because a lot of learning JavaScript is just doing math. If absolute value of y equals to return white. How do I get it to do both? Does it not want to do both because I'm nesting them? Perhaps. Haha, funny. Oh, wow. You can just redo it. That's nice. I just want to nest them. I don't understand why I can't nest them. Whatever. I just will not. I also didn't mean to switch to insert. I hate fucking using insert on accident. I guess you have to all caps it. Yeah, they're just gonna make me. I have to. I can't nest them. They won't let me. There we go. If ABS Z is less than or equal to Oh, nope, I gotta do greater than. Hang on. Greater than or equal to 1, then return 0, I believe is the... How do I get it to do nothing again? Zero's empty. What do you mean? We're reaching the point where I just start spacing out my code because I can't figure out what's wrong. And we're fucking we're 4 things in. Bro's doing math for fun. Bro, you're surviving for fun. We all do funny things for fun, alright? Why does that do nothing? Even just Z1. I like the comparison map. That's nice. I'm already feeling very stupid. What if I do it first? What if I do it first? It's okay, chat. I can't spell. We all know that. Doesn't help that I can't see my keyboard. Why did it work at the top, but not at the bottom? I guess they want you to do subtract. Well, I don't know if they want you to do subtractive first, because the videos that I saw, the guy was doing color and then subtracting, so I don't know. But I did it. I wanna chat, I need to confirm my CubeNet email, because I want to put my fucking scores in, damn it. Okay, well it just says there's an error, so I actually don't know if I can. I can try to just log into it anyway, if it's even... maybe it's not real. That or it is, and I just can't do it. I can't spell for shit. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to... Guess you can't overwrite blocks maybe? Well, I mean, I'm technically overwriting anyway, because I'm subtracting them and then coloring ones that should be in the gaps, so I don't know. We'll see. From now on, I'll just try to do subtractive first. You need to close each if then with an end keyword. Try running the code. Check the error message for a hint of what's wrong. Oh, ho, ho, what is that? What the fuck is that? That's okay. That's okay. It's not that bad. Next error, line 13. End expected to close at 13. Ah, here. Wow, that's all they're gonna make me do? What's missing? Oh, one is the wrong color. The gray one. Shouldn't be gray. Wow. Name your kid Evan. It's a girl. Evan? Didn't we just discuss that Evan is also is a gender neutral name? Anybody could be Evan. I thought we were all Evan. Thought we were all changing our names together. Is that not happening anymore? Am I out of the loop? Oh, look how cute that is. It is a little sushi. Man, I don't want to name my kid after me. That's gross. It is pretty weird. It's pretty weird. I mean, it can be. Definitely is weirder now than it used to be. I'm technically named after both of my grandmothers, but it was both of their middle name, not their first name. Wow, they just want me to do it without even telling me. And they're just gonna make me do it. Okay, well. We can do that. If x equals 0 and y equals 0. Now I'm doing the spaces. There we go. This probably needs to be absolute value, and I actually probably need to work from the outside in now that I'm thinking about it. Because I can overwrite, but I don't think I can underwrite. Like, I could write the red over the white, but I couldn't write the white around the red without having to do a bunch of extra shit, so. Return. What color is this? Green. Ooh. Doesn't doing just, what did they say was the one that, am I stupid? God damn it. It's just return 1, yeah. So this doesn't need to be here, is what I'm getting. That's why that wasn't working, because I was nesting them, but I wasn't nesting the ends. Ah. I just don't understand why. Maybe if I spelled it wrong. Or right. Not wrong. Okay. If ABS... We'll do just X, Y, Z in the correct order for fun. ABS X... less than or equal to 1. 1. Now I'm suffering. So you do have to end that. What do you mean? What's going on? Are we doing math? We are doing math. We're doing Lua coding math. And it's already making me feel insane. But feeling insane is the path to being smarter, so. You gotta deal with it for a while if you if you want to be a fucking genius. I think I'm making this more difficult than I need to. Hang on, hang on. It, again, would be better if I could see my keyboard. Hang on. Bad habit of putting this in a spot where I can't see my fucking hands when I type. X equals 0 and y equals 0, and then turn red. That should gives me the middle bit. Okay. ABS X equals 2. Oops. I hit caps lock at some point. This game would be so much better if I knew how to spell. Am I just so stupid? Why is it that every time I write a new line, is it because there's a gap? Does it not like the gap? It's because that says X. It doesn't need to be 2, it needs to be 1. I think I'm figuring out the nesting thing here. Just have to stack the ends. No, I don't want them to... Hang on. Oh, I guess if I did this, then it would make lines. I was worried it was going to fill in the middle bit, and it's not going to. I want to leave spaces, because then I understand what's happening better. Can I not do an else for that? That's fine. Well, they don't like the random end. But you also can't just return the color. What is this? This is just return 1. That's it. I don't understand. I'm trying to learn how this game wants me to do things. I can do it, I just didn't do it the way I wanted to do it. I wanted to do it more simply, but I did not. Cubing gaming. It is cubing gaming, you're right. This is supposed to be math, not words. 75% of programming is copy pasting. Who needs to spell? That's a good point. It's a very good point. Let me try the left mouse button. I've been doing this the whole time. Since you were empty to make an empty space. Okay, well. Oh, I guess you do the... If you do return whatever at the end, then it fills it. Okay. Well, I don't want white, first and foremost. I want, whatever this is. Brown. And I also want... If ABS Y is greater than -2. I guess that can't be ABS. That just has to be Y. I don't know why I went for ABS. I think that actually has to be... Oops, -3. Empty. And then I want... This time I can use absolute value. ABS for both X and Z. ABX SX. Wow. Is less than 3. T return, not return. What else did I spell wrong? Or what? What do you mean? X is less than 3. No, Z is less than 3. This is an issue. This is gonna get so stupid so fast, and anybody who actually knows how to do this shit is gonna be so pissed if they see me do it, but I'm just doing it based on how I see it in my head, and it's gonna be really funny. Maybe it's X does not equal... Oops. I don't know what that is. Does not equal 3. And ABS Y. I don't want this to come up every time I try to use the tilde. What the fuck is this? What is this overlay? Is this fucking Discord? Oh, it like moves the Discord overlay. I mean, that's interesting, but I'd love to just use the tilde without having to do that. Does not equal 3. Oh, I guess that needs to be Z, not Y. Oops. But the bottom... I'm so close to getting this. Should try this game since I'm studying algebra. It does use a lot of algebra in it. It's algebra and Lua coding, which is also very helpful if you ever learn JavaScript. I don't understand why the bottom is empty. I literally have that in there right there. What about this? Oh my god, I didn't even need that whole fucking chunk. That whole chunk was fucking me up. I don't even know why that was there. At least I did it. I did forget, will you put them in the freezer? Or in the- actually put them in the fridge. Yeah, because I'll put them in the microwave, put them in the fridge. Wow. That's not even... It's not even because there's a fucking line in the middle. They're always... They're probably all gonna be like that. They're probably all gonna have a center line for 0. Conditions inside conditions. This is hard for me to read.
Welcome to the chat room, Cat's Hook.
Honestly, I understand that they start you with this to change it, but every time I see it, I just want to delete it and restart. Because it's much harder for me to understand. Y is greater than 2. X is greater than... Or X equals 1. Yeah, that's that stripe. Yeah, this is too much. I don't like all that. That's too much. If y is greater than 0. Actually, I did all that and I forgot how they stacked it. It's just with thens. Okay. Y greater than 0. X greater than 0. Return green. Else. Is that how they're stacking it? Yeah. Else return orange. I would assume that's orange. Yeah. What did I do wrong? Why are you mad at me? Oh, there's not. I need a second to end. Don't I? There we go. Thank you. I think I could stack these even more. Like, there's probably a way to stack those two into these two, but I don't quite know what it is. You look cool, thank you, chat member. It's just like game programming inside a game. It's not even game programming, it's just making things with blocks using math. I think I could... I think I could stack these even further. I gotta do some more tabbing. If z is greater than 0. This is what it looks like when I work on my website. Lots of tabs, over and over again. Z greater than 0. Actually, I don't know if I can do that because it's gonna stack those. Never mind, never mind. We're not doing that. No, it's not what I want. I think I just have to do 2 stacks. That's fine. If y is less than 1, then if z is greater than 0, then learn blue plus red. Wow. One more of the funny tutorial ones, and then I have to do the difficult ones that aren't just showing me how to play the game, that I have to do with my own brain. Create your own variables for more complex logic. Here we're creating a new variable called color, which we manipulate across multiple if statements, and finally return at the end as a final voxel color. Oh, okay, I see what it's doing, because, yeah, X and Y are the same across this line. Why is that how you create a variable in Lua? That's so weird. It just looks like that's not what that means. respond to color differently, which ends up making a new variable instead of modifying the color like we intended. Yeah. Another example, the error when you run this code says attempt to perform arithmetic on a nil value, which is kind of confusing because color doesn't exist, so it's considered nil and nothing value. That makes sense. Lua doesn't know how to add 1 to a nothing value. That makes sense. Z is less than 0, color is greater than 0. So Z is less than 0. And essentially color exists, is what this one means. Then they shift the colors up 1 on the palette. And that's what flips it for the other side. Okay. I understand. Wow. New freaking email? It's exciting to see a new player join the community. Great job finishing the tutorial projects. Here are a few more puzzles to try out next. Also, don't forget to sign up for a CubeNet account. Used for the leaderboards and even more importantly, the community discussions forum. I tried and it wouldn't let me. That's probably an error on my end. Because it is not letting me confirm my email. What if I just try to do it real quick through my computer instead of through my phone? What happens? I will not use AI to streamline my email. God, shut up. I'm in the wrong email account. Yeah, it just doesn't let me confirm it. I want to try to sign up for it again. Ah! This one now works. Okay. Fixed it. Look at that. It's beautiful. Actual real discussion community also. That's sick. Very cool. I like this. Intro challenge is 1. I hate brown switches. I kind of like the butterfly switches though. But that's what my real computer sounds like. I love that. Very cool. Okay. Stale case. What the hell is this? So it might take some thinking to solve elegantly. Hint, you can hover your mouse over the target object. See XYZ position of a voxel and its color. Look at the relationship between the values. Yeah, I have figured that. considering the last thing was doing that. If x equals y, then return 1, else return 0. Oh. They're opposites. I thought I was so smart. I thought I was so smart. I thought I had it. I don't. And there's not like an inverse proportionality thing, I don't think. I don't think I could do absolute values with it either, because then it would just make an X. Well, I know they're inverse.
Welcome.
Wallabor is rating with 50 viewers.
Do we have a Devin
Welcome
chat?
to the chatroom, Wallabor.
Oh my god. Thank you for the raid. Of course I'm playing your game. Dude, this shit's so cool. As somebody who loves to just stare at math and get mad at it until I figure it out, this is great for me. This is great for my brain. I'm having a very good time with it. I just finished the tutorial shapes. And now I'm staring at this because you got here about 10 seconds too late for you to see me very excitedly type out this if else and then realize that the numbers are inversely proportional. And now I have to figure out how to make them match. Welcome, new Evans! Chat, just so you know, everybody who's here, your name's Evan now. We got 2 real-life Evans in chat. And they are now married as of the last 2 hours. All of us legally have to change our names. Hello, Asher. Yeah, it is time for me to stare at this and figure out how to write a line for inverse proportionality, which I don't think... Oh! Ooh! I see inverse, but it's inverse of sine, cosine, and tangent. I just want inverse in general. I just finished my entire mathematics unit for school. This is the best, dude. You should get this and play it and then get really good at math. Mort, you don't want to be Evan? You don't want to be Evan like the rest of us? We're all Evan here. You can blame Poopy Face for that one. His real life name is Evan. We found that out today. Is there a string? For inverse? See, we've got absolute value. Which technically returns the inverse, but only if it's negative. I'm sure I could write like a multiple. All the gamers are here. All the gamers are here at the same time. Why is everybody here? Why are you all here at the same time? What happened? Why is Hello? Answer me. Math cool. That's a good point. Everybody's here because math cool. I get it. Me too. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm staring at these cubes. They look like marshmallows. Got me thinking about marshmallows. I should have bought some today. I was at the grocery store and I didn't buy any. Every time I walk near the marshmallow aisle, I can smell them. And it makes me want marshmallows every single time. I think I could... I think I could do this with, like, y greater than and less than 0 and absolute value. And, like, forcing a negative return. I just have to figure out what order to put them in. If ABS Y equals X just realized how much the game UI fits in your stream overlay. When I opened it yesterday just to test it, to make sure everything was set up for today, and I saw the funny little boot up screen, I got so excited. If you're ever here for the start of one of my streams, I also have one of those. And it plays funny fan whirring sounds, and then it plays the funny Windows 98 boot up sound. If ABS is Y return
Welcome to the chat room, Sir Willis.
What if I do the same thing but the other direction? What if I do ABS X? Oh, I can't because it's fucking negative. Well, no, I could, because those are both -3. If X is less than 0. I can't because it's already... I have to... I don't want to stack up. I'm halfway there. I'm halfway there. That's the wrong side. I have to flip the top. Shit. Can I can force it negative. I should have just tried forcing it negative from the start. Oops. At least my code side is
Welcome to the chat room,
on the low end. Get rid of all this shit. See what that does. I think. Better, I think. Took me a minute. Took me a minute. I should have just tried. I should have tried that sooner. Alright, I remember the colors or numbers gimmick here. Because that's 0. That's why those are all nothing. If... So this would be X and it's all 3. Can I do a chain of 3? No. Maybe if I spelled if correctly, I could. I'm really good at spelling shit wrong and not noticing it. Nice. We're all in the same chunk here. Minus, I have an extra line or two somewhere, but look at that beautiful diagonal line. I'm catching on, man. Shit's about to start looking so nice. I say that. But what the fuck is this? Okay, so X and Z are this way also. I mean, everything's every way, but I just gotta figure out the spacing first. I feel like these are hints that I'm not taking, but you know me, I love to just delete what's already there in everything like this. That's what I did with NeoCities when I started my website. I saw the big block of code that tells you how to do shit, and I said, nope, deleted it all. And restarted. For every page. And for my CSS style sheet. And that's why it took me so long to do. Okay, let me start with this again.
Welcome to the chat room, Arige.
I think it's just going to be an order thing. Yeah, because that's that one. And that is... Okay. If I just do this a bunch of times and I change the order they're in. No, not insert. No. Okay, so if I switch this
Welcome
to
Y,
the
chat room, the bloody screen
equals Z, and Z equals X. Damn it. Just moved it. Well, have a good night, Wallaber. Thank you for letting me play your game. I'm having a good time with it. like to call that the Blender approach, just deleting everything there is and then immediately putting it back. Yep. So it seems like shifting the letters does change. What if I do this and then that's still only one line though, even with the return. Chat, this is making me feel like a genius. Even though I did it in twice the cycles as everybody else. Oops. That's fine. I still did it. Ooh. Modulation. You are a genius? That's not true. I said that as a joke. That's just a clickbait stream title, chat. Don't take my word for it. You can use the % symbol to return the remainder of a division operation. For example, 5 divided by 2 means return the remainder after dividing. Dividing what? Hang on, I was dumping out the rest of my jelly beans that I'm sadly about to finish. I need to go to... I think my mom got these at Target. I need to go see if they have any Easter candy left. Any more vegan jelly beans. Turn the remainder after dividing 5 by 2. Which would be 1. Okay. I was like, 2 goes into 5 twice, but it's the remainder, not how many times it goes into it. How many times it's divisible. Had it backwards. Well, you can see we divide the y coordinate by 3, and then use the remainder as the color for that row. Taking the remainder of a division by 3 can only return numbers 0, 1, and 2. So it turns a number line like this into this. Oh, I see. It's complex, but since this is y, and it's y divided by the remainder of y divided by 3, which creates this funny line based on these numbers right here. Okay, so I need it to go this way. It's every other. So let's switch this to x, and I would assume it's divided by 2. But it's on the wrong... It's on the wrong lines. It's always worth a shot. How would I figure this into? Because there's probably a way to separate the stacks versus the colors. It seems like it is too. Oops. But it's just inverted. I know you can't divide by a negative. I'm just thinking. Because I could cheat and do this just with direct equity, but it's not, and it's not 3. Because then it gives me gaps of 3. It just said each voxel individually, which is my approach. See, I know I could, and I'm trying really hard not to. I want to be able to do this with the information it's giving me. Which I guess maybe there could be more. Let's just get silly for a second. If x the remainder of x divided by two is greater than, because doing it this way, dividing by 2, actually if it's less than 1, turn right. I guess I probably need to do this, but I actually have no idea if they'll let me do that. That feels like something I should be able to do, but You're free to point out syntax errors, especially if I'm spelling shit wrong. Yes. Because I do love to spell things wrong. I did forget the then. Chat member, pointing out syntax errors is fine, but I don't need actual help. I want to figure out the puzzles on my own. If I am just trying things to try things, please withhold your corrections. Please. I already forget what I was doing here. Remainder 2 less than 1. See, you say it's the same, but just doing return x remainder 2, whatever you want to call that, did not do it correctly. Nice. Cute little checkerboard. Wow. Pretty sure this is related to modulo. Basically want to know if x is even and z is even. And z. Just switch this now, just to do it. My fault. What is this? What is this? What are you doing? I guess that makes sense. They don't... I understand. I understand. I just did what they were telling me in the text, not what the picture was telling me. That was my problem. Now I have to think again. I will say, as somebody who works in HTML a lot, not having automatic indents is messing with my brain. What did I do wrong? What did I do wrong? ABS-C equals 1, ABS-X. Wow. Just the word "and" is what I did wrong. Beautiful. Probably more complex than it needed to be. But I'm having a good time. Oh yeah, way more. Way more. How'd you do that in 13? I want to see your fucking code. I want to see... I need to watch some other people play this because I want to see how everybody else's brain works. Colors are just numbers, you're right. Tack this onto the end here if... C does not equal, please, Discord overlay, 0. Return. Okay. I have to think about this so hard. Oliver's made some TikTok shorts and stories of solving some puzzles. I did see that because that's how I found it, was how I found him and the game was through Twitter of a video of him solving one of the puzzles. But I just want to see like an assortment of people solving them different ways because I know everybody's brain works different. What if I just did? That does nothing. Trying to mentally parse how I would get to the diagonal gradient. I remember seeing one earlier where they did it. Let me just start with this, just to look at it. Just to think. That does not work that way. That corner's 4. That corner is 16. Hang on, that's 4. Because that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that gets me the right color in the corner. How do I skew it? Can you do an and a return? No. Losing my mind, chat. Thinking about the cube with the color gradient. How I wish I could minimize this to go look at it. I don't remember which one of these had it. One of them had a diagonal. I guess they're not going to show it to me anyway because it's showing me finished stuff. That's fine. I'm most of the way there.
https:/violetgeist sent 10 bits. You look rather beautiful as always, gamer.
Thank you, Violet. Sorry I'm so focused today. It's math day, man. We're doing math. I'm suffering. X equals Y, and then turn. That's 0 and it needs to be 10. Turn. X plus 10. Shit. I've almost done it. I'm thinking. My brain's working, just not quite in the right order. How's the math? We're doing it, kinda. We're slowly figuring it out. Math brain is kicking my ass today. I wore my glasses for too long, and now if I take them off, can't quite see right, so I have to keep them on now, which is funny. Started as a bit. Now I kind of wish I could take them off, but I can't see.
Are the blankets?
I've almost done it. I've got the right color in the middle, at least. I think I might need to do it per line, because I guess technically it's a gradient that's shifting down every line. How would I apply that? I feel like I'm so close to figuring it out. It's making me mad. I'm just trying shit now. I need to commit that to memory. That's how that works. Don't look, chat, my eyeball itches. Jesus Christ. Hello, Tip. Welcome. Welcome to Math Stream. Oh, it's a little table. Wow. Look at him. Cute table. It is cute. I agree. If yes, x equals 2, and abs z equals 2, and y is less than 2, then oops. Isn't it so good that I can't fucking spell for shit? It's not that I can't spell, it's that I can't type. The legs. Wow, I did it again. I need to play some typing games, chat, because my aim is just bad. I think I might need, like this keyboard's keys are normal sized, I'm pretty sure. Maybe they make keyboards with, like, fucking giant keys for people like me who just cannot aim at keys. I believe this is one Malber made a video for. I bet it is. The one I saw was the little Game Boy. Did I put that on the wrong spot? Yes, that's supposed to be 1. Which means that needs to be 1. And this needs to be 1. I made my table slightly too tall. How are these people doing it in so little? I just want to see, I want to see what they did. I should be allowed to look. I'm sure I am, and I just don't know how. Wow. New freaking email. Bless. It's nice to meet you at the Retro Tech meetup. I haven't met anyone who knows about replicube in a while. I know lots of people are super into the leaderboards and optimization, but I just like making fun, cute objects with it. Here are a few simple ones I made. Give them a try. Wow, Alice and I are like the same person. I also just like making cute things. This one makes me hungry. It is a little cake. That's cute. Little cake slice. Returns obstacles, returns value without running where that comes after. Sometimes that's annoying, sometimes it's useful. It's always useful for me. You actually are not allowed to look. There was something that showed an obfuscated view of other people's solutions, but the uber nerds complained that you could still infer the solution from that. That's really fucking stupid. Once you finish a puzzle, regardless of how you finish it, you should be able to see how everybody else finished it. I cannot believe people were mad about that. Leaderboard would be filled with 1,000 number one ties if you could see their code. Bahaha. Yes, chat member. I'm not saying that you should be using it to cheat. I'm saying I would like to see how other people solve the puzzle. And if I'm being honest, if you're gonna have a leaderboard, in that case, really only your first solution should count towards it. And you shouldn't be able to see the solutions until after you submit one. Now, that alone would solve the whole issue. It's just if you want to see everybody's solution, then you have to submit one that you think is, like, done. And then you could see everybody else's once you submit yours, and you cannot submit another one. That would be perfect. We'll just make another account. Who fucking cares? The leaderboards are already tied with a bunch of number ones. Like, it's not like a game that you're finishing it with a timer. You can't really optimize it beyond perfect. Like, simply make it so you can only yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like you can submit whatever you want until you decide you want to look at other people's solutions, and then once you look at solutions for a puzzle, you cannot submit any more, like, completed code, is what I mean. That could have solved the whole thing. I can't believe people are so mad about being so good at code. And being so mad that other people might see them being good at it, that they bitched about whether or not you could see people's fucking scores on the leaderboards. Or code from the leaderboards. Like, it's one thing to be mad at people for cheating. It's a whole other thing to, like, gatekeep your process to people who want to learn. That's crazy. Is that too many? Oh, I forgot you have to end each of them individually, huh? So it's this way. That kind of stacks them a little better, but not really. That didn't help at all. Just kind of still looks like shit. I don't even know how to make that not look like shit. Whatever. Chat member, I did not say you should be restricted to your first attempt. Don't misconstrue my words. I said you could continue to make attempts until you've decided you had enough, and then you should be able to view other people's solutions. Once you've submitted an attempt that you believe is good enough that you cannot optimize anymore. Part of the fun of doing stuff like this, and I don't even just mean this game, which, again, nothing I'm saying right now has anything to do with this game. It has everything to do with people who are dumb enough to be mad about wanting people to be able to see their code to get better, but it's exactly that. Like, doing shit like this, it's a fun puzzle, but it's also a learning experience. And part of learning is seeing people who are better than you do better than you so that you can learn from them. Sometimes when you do puzzle games, especially when they revolve around things like code or math, you do them because you want to learn, not because you want to be the best fucking Lua scriptwriter in the world. Like, I use Lua scripts for exactly one thing in my life, and it's the clock in the bottom right corner of my stream. The one on the start bar. That's written with a Lua script. That is the only thing I use one for. And I don't even know how that shit works. I just found it on fucking GitHub and was like, oh, I could have an actual clock? Cool, it's exactly what I needed for my stream. For my funny little start bar. I think those are stacked correctly. I'm just gonna toss a number in here so that I can see what I'm doing. They are not stacked correctly. This also shouldn't be 9, it should be 4. Which is what? Peach. I'm actually gonna switch that to peach. I'd rather use the words, they make more sense to me. I think that's just too many stacks. I think I've just done too much stacking here. So I'll just start over. If ABS Z is greater than 1. Wow, again. I'm trying to, the hard part about this is that, like, I could just write 40 lines and do it, but I'm trying so hard to, like, streamline it in a way that looks nice. I would argue that being the best at Lua is the opposite of an achievement. I mean, considering how few people use it, it is good to, like, understand how it works. But it is kind of a waste. There's not a whole lot it's used for that you can't use something else that's more often used to do. What color is that? Red? I'll do that just to... Or I won't do that. What have I done wrong? Catch me forgetting to do then a million times. Over and over and over. It's gonna keep happening. Actually, what if I did return white instead? If y is less than or equal to 2. I can just do less than 3. I don't know why I'm getting fancy with it. Y is less than 3. And x is less than 3. And nope. God damn it. Negative. There we go. Shit. So I need, in that case, I need this to be on top of that. No, because that goes through the white. This is gonna be a mess. Oh, it's not pink, it's peach. Oops. That's a mess. That's so... Well, I guess it's not too much more than the average. It's written a little larger, but it's still... It's not too bad. It's not too bad. Lua is the weird cousin of programming languages. True. Useful for very few things, but still around. Where, you know, where it is useful, so. Hourglass shape, don't forget you can use inequalities. I know that. I've been doing that. That's interesting. This right here. There is a gap in the middle. Shit. Wow. Wow. How'd you do it in less than that? You people are crazy. Oh my god, he is a little duck. Look at him, he's a little mallard. Can I hate you for how much faster than me you just did that? Did you think there was any thought behind me randomly moving around X, Y, and Z until it faced the right way? If I had thought about that instead of just tossing them in there until it was facing the way I wanted it to, would have been a pain. Tried making it with the minimum amount of voxels that still communicated duck. I see, you know, it's a little mallard. I see him. Personally, I would have removed this top cube and made him even smaller. Even littler duck. He'd be so small. Gosh, this is like... I'm gonna want to do every single piece on its own, but that's okay. It's also symmetrical, front to back, so if I could get this shape, then I could do everything else. I know you can write variables. And I saw them do that earlier with a color. Part of me wants to pull this apart into two separate things of both color and shape, but I don't know if I can. Because they just did color equals empty and then added colors to it afterwards. But I still don't quite understand how that worked, so... I think this is just going to be a very messy... This one's just going to be very messy. I'm not even going to try to fucking... to make it look nice. I just want to make the duck. X is 0 and Z is 1. And Y is greater than -1. And Z equals 1 and Y is greater than -1. Then turn green. I don't want this. It's gonna make it hard to see what I'm doing. Just gonna start top to bottom. if, and that's going to be almost the same. But it'll be x0, z2, x0 and z equals 2, and y is also 2. Can I simplify this? Or will that break something? Unfortunately, it does. I almost had a cool idea. Almost. I don't know how I'm gonna do this funny tube for his body with the one piece. I guess if I write it afterwards, it shouldn't overlap, huh? Because it seems like they overlap bottom to top, but I guess I'll figure that out right now. I'll take the gaps out before I submit it. It's just helping me see what I'm doing. I love that it's already a 93% match. That's crazy. Okay. If yes, y is less than or equal to 1, and same with x. Hmm. Can I do 2 Z's just for... I made him a cube. I didn't mean to make him a cube. It does, however, overlap bottom to top. Good to know. Like, if you put blocks there already and you write more code, it will not overwrite them, which is nice. How do I get rid of the corners? Actually, I might not even need to do that because it looks like the bottom is a different color anyway, so I should probably change this whole thing. I'm just trying some things here. Learning. Damn. It's down by 1. I'm mad because that's almost in the right spot. It's one block too low. Damn, can't do it that way. Wow. Except the inside. Is hollow. I had the right idea and I did all that just for the inside to be hollow. I could just write another line to fill that, but I would love to just get the math right for the shape. Wow. One little change. Wow. I feel like I'm getting smarter. Okay, let's do his funny little belly. I think those are all. That's y is -1. Y equals, oops. -1. I want to indent this so that I can tell what I'm doing. That says 1. No, Jesus Christ. Hitting every button except for what I want to. Y equals -1. X equals 0. And Z is, again, less than 2 and greater than -3. Is that gray or blue? Oops. That's gray. Oops. Oops. Again. Spelled it the Americanized way. Chat member, I understand what you mean, but I think submitting scores to a leaderboard is less important than learning. And I think that if you optimize as best as you can, and you can't get it any better, and you want to know what everybody else's score is, then you should be able to submit a final score to view everybody else's score. I'm not saying you have to do it. You don't have to look at everybody else's score if you don't want to. But it does give you the option. That takes away the fact that it's a problem entirely. It's not a problem anymore. Because everybody gets what they want. If you don't want to look at the solutions, you don't have to, but if you do want to look at the solutions, you're restricted from cheating. It does fix the problem. Okay. Gotta do his little leggies. x equals 1. And is there a way to do like a gap like this without doing two different equations for it? Like the z within that range, is there a way to get that range without having to individually cut off the two parts? Instead of denoting the two sections, can you denote just the center in a way? I feel like that would be technically more efficient than this, but the only way that works in my brain would be like 1 is greater than z is greater than -3, but you can't do that. At least I don't think you can. I tried it, it didn't work, so. And z equals -1. Oops. I don't think that's a thing. No, I wish it was. Man, it'd be so nice. See, they have these comparisons, but I would love a centralized comparison where you're able to put
Welcome to the
variable
chatroom
in
project
between.
button.
Putting the variable in between two numbers would be so nice. I'm sure there's technically a way to do it. But like, in range, yeah. Turns, well, that's like a, I guess it just returns true, just means it returns in general. So technically in range. So I should technically be able to do in range 2 greater than z greater than -3. Let's try it. Let's try it and see if it works, because I can fix that pretty easy if it doesn't. Two greater than z greater than -3. Then expect it. It's right there. Maybe I'm using that wrong. Oh. Well, I'm not done with it yet. Oh, okay. Never mind. Never mind. It is a Boolean. I saw true and didn't know if it was a Boolean or if they just meant that, like, it would spit out an answer. So that does not work. Good to know. I wish it did. It would be so nice. Turns A if A is... if B is less than A. B if B is greater than B. That's insane. I guess it's just restricting your values, which makes sense. Yeah, it returns true, so it is... it's guessing whether something is within a range. Or I guess not guessing, it's computing whether something was within a range, not necessarily doing what I was trying to do, which is, I guess, technically clamp, but not in this exact manner. Oh, wow. That's probably how people were shortening their shit smaller than mine, was this. Yeah, you'd probably have to write an if-then for the Boolean itself. But I'm also not sure because it does just show it as a string of, like, the 3 values. But I think it is, I think this, I don't know. That probably works in some manner for what I'm trying to do. Yeah, you could, yeah. Didn't even think about that. That, though, at that point, that's more work than just this. Because at that point, I'm doing in range to get a Boolean value, and then using the Boolean value for, like, if returns 1, then blah blah blah, else return blah blah blah. Turning this into an entire if-else statement, which is fine. I just was trying to simplify this from 2 separate greater than less than values to like a -3 is less than z is less than 2 type spread. But everything that I'm finding is more complicated than what I have already, so I will just keep it. It is 1, right? Yeah. Equals 1. And z equals -1. And y is less than 2, and y is greater than -3, which again is just the string I was trying to shorten. Oops, caps lock. That's not... I think that is orange. Ooh, ooh. Y is less than... Yeah, why did I do... Did that really high up? Kind of messy, but... It's nice that indentions don't count towards code size. Math is math, then math if math is math. Correct. You got it, Mort. You're right. God. How did you do that shit so small? People are fucking freaks. This is why I think there should be the option of get your shit as good as you can, submit your final fucking score, and then let me look. I want to see. I won't even fucking... I don't even want to submit it to the leaderboard at that point. I just want it stored on my funny little replicube machine. Alright? I just want to see how they did it. I want to learn. I need to learn. Oh, wow. Okay. Sort of a fire escape idea at first, but then I decided to add some symmetry, which I thought was kind of nice. Well, first and foremost, oops, putting this in the wrong spot. Okay, funny center wall. So that is... It's x being directly equal to y. So if x equals y and z is greater than 0.
Meet underscore ball underscore demon sent 100 bits. What if instead of being a dumb nerd we went and smoked leaf, drank diet soda, and played Burnout Revenge for the PS2?
That sounds like a good time, but I'd rather play Midnight Club. What have I beefed here? Is it the single? Yes. I don't know how... I feel like there's a way to make that happen. On this side. By using the code on the other side.
Welcome to the chatroom, Brisson.
You basically solved this one right after Oliver's rage. Shit! Fuck. And I probably only used one line of code to do both sides, huh? Or rather, that was from me just figuring out the diagonals. There's got to be a way to mirror it in the same line to simplify it. Because if not, then it's just going to be negative y equals x. There indeed was a way to mirror it. I just don't... In the same line? Because I know I could just do this. Like, that does it, but... Is it absolute value? That's just, I know that absolute value makes like parabolas, like it's gonna make a V shape. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, I've got that. I just was trying to figure out if there was a way to write the two diagonals into the same code. Probably, considering how much smaller those are. but I don't know. I don't know. Oh my god, it is a little chair. Look at him. For symmetry and use ABS. Okay. Fine. But the problem is I can't like carve out from ABS. I don't like doing that. I mean, I guess I could use it for the legs again, which is what I did last time. ABS X. Equals 1 and ABS Z equals 1. Oops. And Y is less than 0. That's not brown. That's orange. ABS Z less than 2, ABS X less than 2. You know what? Oops, what did I do wrong? Whenever you see dashes for the name on the leaderboard, that user's been banned. Oh my god, I did write lowercase orange. God damn it. Fucking syntax. Will kill me every time. Also, that's not even the right height. It has to be -1. Oops. Made the legs too tall. That's okay. Doesn't matter because it still works. Okay. ABS X. Oops. I'm writing like it's HTML. 1. And Y is less than 3. And Z equals -1. I know I could stack all of these, and I might try to. The single equal signs are gonna kill me. But I'm glad this game forces good syntax. That one I'm just gonna put in there. X equals 0. Y equals 2. Z equals -1. X equals 0. And Y equals 2. And Z equals -1. Wow, I did it again. Beautiful. Not sure you can do a lot of nesting on this one. I would assume you... Well, actually, you're right. Yeah. I'd have to rewrite some shit to nest it just because of the overlap, but... At least I did it. With a lot of code. Could have done it with less. Oh, this is cute. The random spots are gonna kill me though. Now I remember seeing the dev post making a diagonal that only equated to certain spots, but I don't know if I'm smart enough to do that. Where you can peek inside objects, but ooh, I actually didn't know that. Hadn't done that yet. That's cute. I like the pop in. It looks nice. And that they stay there when it's gone. That's also really nice. Love that he leaves his legit scores on the leaderboard. Too many devs in the position would update their solutions to always be the top score. Yeah, that's, see, integrity. I understand why he would make it so that you can't see other people's scores, but I do think the solution to that is just not getting to see other people's solutions until you submit your own. Inside 3x3v3 is all color 4. I might as well start with that then. Oops. X is less than 2. Yeah. And ABS. Y is less than 2 and ABS. Z is, oops. Z less than 2, then return pink. That's not the right color. It needs to be peach. I always mix them up. Different. Competitive leaderboards and programming is a bad idea in general. In this case, I don't, because this isn't necessarily programming. It is a game, but I think you joined us after the conversation of me being let to know that the reason you can't see everybody else's solutions is because people were very mad and thought people were going to use it to cheat. And I said, well, my solution to that would be you get as many tries as you want to perfect your code that you can submit to the leaderboard. But there is an option to view other people's scores. The difference there is that you don't get to do it unless you don't want to submit any more scores for that puzzle. I think competition in general breeds ingenuity, but I do think that when it comes to things like this, you should be able to see other people's solutions for the sake of learning. Makes more sense for things like this that are definitely built around like learning and improving at something to have the option for you to learn from the other people who've played the game. Where are you going, GB? You stepping over everything? Where are you going? Be careful. There's like nowhere over there for you to stand. I don't know where you're going. Coding, which this still is, has so much gatekeeping and toxic behavior, so making it competitive on top of that might not be the smartest decision. That is why, again, why I've said that you should not be restricting people from viewing other people's solutions, because that is breeding even more competition with the fact of like, oh, I know what I'm doing and you don't get to know. Like, that itself is gatekeeping. Is that MSN notification just in your stream? I don't have MSN, but I do have Discord. It might have been Discord. I thought I had it muted. I might not, though. Oops. Now it's muted. We'll see if it happens again. But as somebody who is very deep into HTML and CSS and doing NeoCities shit and just coding websites in general, I think the best way to like, dissolve the amount of gatekeeping is to not gatekeep people's solutions. And I'm not blaming that on the dev. I'm blaming that on the people who were pissed that you could see other people's solutions. Like, if you want to... I don't know. We are... us in this chat currently are the ones who do not want to gatekeep the skill. The people who want to keep you from seeing their solutions are gatekeeping the skill. But that's why I do believe that it would be good to have the option of you could submit as much as you want to the leaderboard. And then you can view other people's completed code, but once you do, you don't get to submit anything else to the leaderboard. I think it's an important tool for learning and sharing information to be able to do things like that, and it does take away from the competitive nature of it, because in the end you can see what everybody else has done. It doesn't necessarily take away from the competition, because again, I do think that competition breeds ingenuity. I think it makes you better at whatever you're doing for you to have like slight competition at it, but it would dissolve a little bit of the gatekeeping nature that comes with doing something like coding. It's also crazy to me that like nerd motherfuckers want to gatekeep pressing keys on a keyboard. Like, you don't want me to know how to do this shit? There are so many free resources to learn how to do this shit, and you're gonna not want people to see your solutions to a puzzle that you've done with Lua script, something that is so rarely used. Like, what do you think I'm gonna steal your Lua script for building something with cubes? Like, that's crazy. Part of the fun is well, most of the fun, at least for me, is the learning part. I just like to learn new things. That's it. Sometimes all I want to do is drink a lot of caffeine and write code. This I can do with ABS. I know I can. Z equals ABS. I don't think this is it, but this will give me something to work from. Oh, that's crazy. That's cool, though. Look at that. Kind of. That almost kind of does it. There's some math here to be done. So many areas of nerddom that gatekeep and always make you feel embarrassed about technically being part of that. Like, being a Linux user today is such a problematic label. It's one thing to be somebody who uses Linux. It's another thing to be the kind of person who, anytime anybody has any issue with any operating system, the first thing you do is say, well, why aren't you using Linux? Obviously, because I don't fucking want to. If I wanted to, I'd be using fucking Linux. Like, I'm not using it because I don't want to. Would you rather provide me a solution to my question that I've asked, or be a smartass? You know what I mean? Using Linux is fine. I like things being customizable. I understand wanting to use Linux. But being the kind of person who just pushes Linux on every single person who uses a computer and has any single problem with it, like, you gotta relax a little bit. +2. How did I fill it in last time? Greater than x plus 2. It's not going to be x plus 2. It's going to be x minus 2. Maybe negative. Just negative ABSD. X plus 2. X minus 2. Oh my god. Yes. Look at that. Look at that fucking string right there. It's ugly as sin. I definitely like to praise Linux, but the way some people go about it is just fucking pathetic. I mean, exactly. Like, I'm the kind of person who will say, like, hey, like, yeah, I like customizability and I like user friendliness, but I'm still gonna use Windows. But also, fuck Windows 11. I will never use that shit. I don't care about all the emails and notifications I get every time I open my PC that's like, oh, end of support for Windows 10, October, blah, 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 whatever is gonna happen. I don't fucking care. I'm gonna keep using it until it's a problem. Like, the amount of computers that I have saved on eBay that are running like fucking Vista, you think I'm gonna get that shit and upgrade it to 11? You're stupid. I'm still gonna use it. Well, I don't mean Linux is user-friendly. I mean, like, the difference between Windows and Mac. Like, people are like, oh, Mac's better because it's user-friendly and Windows is better because it's customizable. And I'm like, yeah, but I don't really care about big, shiny button user-friendliness because I'm not scared to click the wrong thing and fucking brick my PC that is literally the size of a brick. Like, no hate to Mac users, but that is a $4,000 Photoshop machine is what you got there. Which is fine, as somebody who uses Photoshop for a lot of things, but there's not much you can do with that other than use Photoshop. Can't believe I got the fucking leaf. I'm so proud of that. That's so dope. I feel like what I should do is do the specs, and then I can do, just return. I can just do return red. And then do all the specs above that. Hilariously, chat member, the floaties and trading wheels is exactly why Mac is considered user-friendly, because it's streamlined and everything you need to do is a big shiny button and you can't click anything wrong and break anything on accident. It's very, like, everything has its place, but there's nothing else there. Kind of OS, at least for me, is how it feels. Never been a Mac guy. I have an iPhone, I wish I didn't. I only still have one because the camera's good. And I have an iPad that I don't really use. I mostly have it because occasionally I need to draw something digitally, and when I do, I have my iPad. Can barely break anything on purpose either, which is infuriating. That's exactly why it's user-friendly, because you can't. They don't let you. If x equals, what is that, -2? And y equals 0 and z equals 0. Turn each. We're getting there. We're doing all the specs now. What's this side? if x equals negative y, then I have an idea here. Sometimes I remember and sometimes I don't. How? I just want to... I could just do ABS. I don't have to overcomplicate this. I was trying to overcomplicate it. ABS x equals 1. Right. How did I do that wrong? No and. That's how. Okay, that side's done. Time to do this side. Which... I think instead of doing that, I could just take the x equals -2 out of this. And that puts it on both sides. And in this, I could just take the z equals 2 out. Then what's on the bottom? Just 2. Okay. Well... there's a math problem to be had here yet again. It's all math. Y equals -2. My problem is trying to string the parts together. My iPhone 13 is completely shit and I'll barely go 4 hours into the day before my phone dies. Dude, I have a 13 Pro Max. Let me see what my battery life is. Or my battery health, I guess. Because I'm sure it's also pretty bad. Maximum capacity, 85%, which means 15% of my battery is bad. But it's fine. Works well enough. Trying to figure out how to... I remember, again, seeing a video of Wallaber making a diagonal and then, like, skewing it. And I'm sure if it was just, like, whatever is variable plus a number, but... I think the worst part about Apple devices is the weird brainwashing they managed to do to their customer base. Can I say something crazy? And I guess it's not that crazy. I just love asking if I can say something crazy. It is going to distract from me doing this for a second, though, because it's going to take me a second to get the thought out. Steve Jobs and Apple ruined technology as a whole. Not just what they did to their customer base. They literally ruined all of it. Before iPhones, every phone was not a black rectangle. I guess there's not much more to my thought than that, except unless I'm in a bad mood, then I'll fucking rant about it for hours. I hate Apple. I hate Mr. Apple, Steve Jobs. I hate iPhones. I think they're ugly. I think the last good thing Apple made was the iPods when they still had the click wheel. You know, when they made them in different fucking shapes occasionally with different functions. I think it's really funny when people on the internet call making the black square a slightly different aspect ratio innovation, but then when you show them like a flip phone with a camera that does something cool, or that like rotates or like slides sideways or does some sort of funny gimmick movement, they think that it's not innovation, it's like just a backward step because it's not a touchscreen. It's the second something has tactile buttons and like user feedback when you're doing something, they immediately think it's like cheap and trash. Like the amount of people that fucking, who was it? Was it Volkswagen that said they're going to start putting physical buttons in their cars again because everybody who buys Volkswagen says, yeah, I'm buying this car, but I fucking hate the touchscreen. I hate the touchscreen radio. I hate having to use a touchscreen to turn on my fucking air conditioning or roll down my windows or lock my car or turn on my windshield wipers. Like, they literally, people hated it so much that they switched back from touchscreen to tactile buttons. And you're telling me that switching phones from touchscreens back to tactile buttons would not be a good thing. Or at the very least, that having the option between the two wouldn't be a good thing. Now, the insane thing is that apparently at some point somebody did try to patent a case for an iPhone years ago. There is one on eBay. It's for like an iPhone 5. I wish I had an iPhone 5 to use it for. Because there's the people that make the extension keyboard that goes on the bottom of the phone, which makes it way too fucking big. This phone is already way too big. Apple, stop making your phones bigger if you're not going to make them fucking fold in half. The shit does not fit in my pocket and it pisses me off. Someday I'm going to sit on it and it's just going to break in half. That's stupid. There was somebody who tried to make a slide-out keyboard case for iPhone. Like second layer, slides out, slides back in with the keyboard. And apparently, BlackBerry fucking sued them and said, we own the rights to that phone shape. And that's why the case for an iPhone with a slide-out keyboard does not exist. I have spent so much time mentally trying to come up with what would end up being the bulkiest phone case in the world, which is hilarious because I do have a phone case that looks like an old computer. I don't remember. It's called Retro something. I'm trying to remember what it's called. I have the guy's like website that I bought the STL from. All it does is make your phone wider and then move these buttons to the front of the case, which is fucking awesome. I love that. It straight up just looks like an 80s computer monitor. It's sick. I only took it off because my phone does not fit in like a classic phone tripod with it on there. But I have spent so much time mentally trying to design or figure out how I would design a phone case around one of those little tiny Bluetooth keyboards that they make for like holding in your hands to type on your TV if your TV will connect to it. Which, by the way, Roku TVs don't. I was going to get one to do that with, and then I found out they don't connect, so that's fun. But I've spent so much time trying to imagine, like, a case with, like, the right size sliders, a way to print it that it's not just going to slide all the way out. Like, I've got a bunch of magnets. I could make it function with magnets, like, in the corners to keep it from sliding back out. But I would have to like scan in the keyboard and get all the measurements for that and model the fucking sliding tray around it and all kinds of crazy shit. And I just don't want to fucking do that. I'd rather just buy one. But what pisses me off is that there aren't any fucking options for phones that are just like that. Like, it's nice that you can buy phones that fold in half again, because goddamn, that shit does not fit in my pocket and it makes me mad. But I don't just want my phone to fold in half. I want it to have a keyboard, goddammit. Like, I'm aware that they're technically less convenient and you type on them slower, but if I'm being real, that would make the world so much better. Phones should be hard to use. It should not be as easy as it is to get on the internet. And I know most of you know that I hold that opinion. The internet should be a place in your house that is on your computer. Being able to take it everywhere with you to the extent that people do is kind of insane. It's one thing to be able to carry an encyclopedia of every bit of information in the world in your pocket. That's awesome. Having direct access to every single other human being in the world and being able to tell them everything you're thinking all the time and being able to absorb everything that they are thinking all the time is absolutely not good for you. And it sucks because it has been bred into people, especially my age group, to be addicted to that shit. It is so hard to not feel like you are just missing out on everything if you don't open Twitter for a day. And it sucks, but I think something that would fix that would be a not universal, but mostly universal switch to phones having personality again and having different shapes of keyboards, I'm going to be so real with you. If I could buy a phone with a T9 keyboard right now, I would. And it's tempting because I did find a flip phone that works on AT&T on Amazon for like $100. So I might buy one anyway, because it's one that I could switch my SD card into. But to end that entire rant, Apple ruined the internet and tech as a whole. Apple is the reason that every phone is a black rectangle. They are the reason that tech in general does not have personality anymore. I'm thankful that companies are starting to try to bring personality back. Like companies like Gravistar that are making like cool keyboards and mice and shit. Cool peripherals for a PC is nice, but in terms of handheld carryable tech, it makes me so sad to like think about even the phones I had in fucking middle school that are cooler than the phone I have now. No, it's not polite to ask, but may I inquire what my generation means in your case? I turned 27 in a month. I am right on the cusp between millennial and Gen Z. Technically, by math, people would say I'm Gen Z. And I know a lot of people like to say this, but in my case it is hilariously true, have been a cognizant, like, aware of myself in the world human being since I was like 2 years old. I don't remember 9/11, but I do remember speaking full sentences when I was like 2. Like, understandable ones. And I do remember the first house I lived in, which I only lived in until I was 2, I think. So mentally, I feel like I align quite a bit more with millennials because I got my first phone very late. I had a computer in my room, but it was not connected to the internet. Like, all I did was sit there and listen to CDs on it and, like, play with Photoshop and MS Paint. And, like, play Myst. Like... But I do think, as a whole, a return to tech with personality would be good. Obviously, the kids yearn for it because everybody wants to buy fancy Japanese flip phones off eBay. Unfortunately, the problem with that is that most of them don't function on the bands that we have in the US, and if you have a carrier like AT&T, they are very restrictive on what models of phone you can use on their bands, even if the phone does use the same bands. This either sounds really weird or you know exactly where I'm going with this, but would you mime being on the phone? What, do you mean doing this? Do you mean this thing? I've seen the TikTok of like millennials do this and young kids do this, or like this, or just like holding their phone. I had a home phone. We had a landline. Sometimes I wish landlines still existed. Fuck you. You should not call me on my fucking phone that I carry around. You should have to call my house. You guys ever get frustrated with the fact that most industries seem to do this thing where one prevalent idea takes hold and any other options are done away with overnight? Yes, because I understand that the reason it happens is demand. People are going to buy the thing that everybody wants. But demand is not universal. Not everybody wants that. If 1 or 2 companies would stay alive selling the thing that not everybody wants, they would still make money. Do not believe that's a real thing for anyone to act like they're holding up a smartphone. Dude, I've seen so many TikToks of like people asking, like, it's not even, I think it's just like a sound of like asking somebody to do things, but it's always like a millennial and their kid. And they're all like, they're both doing opposite things. And every time I see it, I'm just like, damn. Maybe I am further estranged from Gen Z than I thought I was. I was born before 2000, alright? I would consider myself a millennial because I was semi-cognizant for 2001, so. My 4-year-old holds up her hand like an old phone to pretend to talk on the phone. Yeah, but you probably do that. She probably learned it from you or your husband. My older brother does not have many redeeming qualities, but I was happy to know my nephew knows what pencils have to do with cassettes. That's good. That's very good. Also consider the world you were born into also moved much slower. Very true. All of these things are true. But yes, to end my rant and return to the game. Fuck Steve Jobs. That's all I have to say about it. Mr. Blue Jeans Turtleneck literally ruined everything I loved about tech. And before somebody takes me saying this, it is like, oh, boo-hoo, the cool stuff still exists. This is not a situation like AAA games versus indie games where you can be like, okay, well, the good games still exist, they're just indie games. Or like the situation with original games versus remakes where you can say, oh, well, the original still exists, the remake's just also good. There literally aren't options. They are very few and far between, and where they do exist, they do not function on US cellular bands. There's not too much you can do. There needs to be a larger variation in tech in general. Not everything needs to be a black rectangle. It's depressing. Like, it's one thing for Apple to be like, oh, our phones have colors, and then it's like the same 4 muted earth tones, or like shades of metal every time. Like, damn, dude. It's a little sad. Z equals... What's the difference here? That'd be what? Z equals x plus 1? Something along those lines. We can figure it out from there. Alright, what does that give me? It gives me 1 in the right spot. I did that on accident, but I figured it out. Wow. Fringe cases are not viable options. How many times do I gotta say it? Exactly. There's not a reasonable share of the market that takes up those things. It's not necessarily an option. It is a very, very difficult thing to do. That's the thing that makes me mad most of the time, is when you say these kinds of things, people are like, well, just get a flip phone. It is truly not as easy as it sounds. Like, I could go buy any old fucking, like, old guy flip phone with the 9 giant buttons that doesn't do anything except for call people, but that is, you know for a fact that's not what I mean. You are saying things to try to sound smart. Which, you know, everybody loves sounding smart. But what you should not love is looking like an asshole. Thank you for showing so much interest in replicube. In order to create your own objects, you need to activate the voxel app in free edit mode. Attach a script that should unlock it for you. I'm excited to see what you create. Wow! You can have from the launcher at the top of the screen to open it in free edit mode. That's so sick. You can make your own fucking cubes. It's just a goddamn sandbox. That's so sick. Oh, you can play them in puzzle mode too? That's so cool. Settings tab to adjust the voxel size. Animated? That's scary. How big can you make it? Pretty fucking huge. That's insane. That's very cool. I like that you can just make shit for fun. Oh, it's also from Alice. They're gonna be cute. They're gonna be the cute ones. What do you mean, not a flower? Oh, computer. Can't wait to do the computer one. Oh my god, look at him. Look at this fucking freak. I love his little tail. Lots of x-axis symmetry. You can use max to make boxes. I think coordinates usually makes a diagonal line. Usually. Usually makes a diagonal line. This certainly does not look diagonal to me. It looks like part of a square. What is... Excuse me, I should not be yawning. I've had enough caffeine. Max in here for me to see? Here it is. Returns the larger of A and B. I don't understand. I don't understand and I don't like it. So I will probably not be using it. Diagonal with a detour. Oh. Okay. Okay. I understand what you mean by that. Well, I'm enjoying this chat, but my legs hurt and I've been sitting here for 3.5 hours, so give me like 3 minutes. I'm back and I have a little snack, which is just one single piece of vegan cheese that I'm biting chunks out of. Very good.
Welcome to the chatroom. I love those boobies.
It's a pretty cool name, chat member. Thank you for the follow. Not even really that out today. But thank you. You've won me over using the 07 salute instead of the stupid fucking salute emoji. God, I hate emojis. Bring back little ASCII faces, please. Beautiful. What a beautiful time to be alive. Look at this little fucking freak that I have to make. I guess I should start with his feet. I wish it wouldn't auto-complete the parentheses for you. As nice as it is, I hate having to click outside of them, but I feel the same way about, like, HTML text editors too. It's fucking annoying. Alright. VSX1. This, I do not think. Yeah. Z equals. Could I do 2? Probably not, but I'll give it a shot. What is that, orange? I don't think it likes both of those being there. It does not. Do you remember brackets, the live HTML and CSS editor? Yes, it still exists, but it's not called brackets anymore. It has another name, and I can't remember what it's called. I've thought about getting it to use it again because it's so nice, but because of the way that NeoCities hosts files, because you can just drag and drop them into your account on the site for them to host the files for you to link to, which is very nice. I don't want to use a live editor because I don't want to have to rename all of my files and fix all of my strings when I put the pages in. So instead I'm just like editing a couple lines and then saving them and refreshing the page and looking to see what's going on. And like, yes, I'm accidentally artificially inflating the views on my page, but I'm gonna be so honest with you, I don't care. And I really wish that NeoCities would just give you a live editor. Kind of insane to me that they don't, because if you do their funny little like introduction to making a site with NeoCities course that's literally just like a couple pages long, it is actually it's a pretty good starter course for like doing the first 4 things you need to do on a website. They do give you a live editor for that, so I don't understand why they can't give you a live editor for your actual site. It'd be nice, but brackets was nice. I usually just used VS, but VS isn't on my desktop, it's on my laptop because I was using it a couple years ago when I was learning, relearning, I guess, CSS and JavaScript. HTML is easy to remember. Sometimes I'll mix up CSS tags and have to fucking relearn them all, which is annoying. How could I put that in one line, or could I? I might just have to do 2, which is annoying, but see if it'll even let me. It will. I just didn't want to do it that way. There's got to be a more streamlined way to do that, but hilariously, I am just going to do this again to do the legs. Maybe if I spelled it right. But I want y to be -2. Oh shit, I have to do the whole thing again. That's fine, that's fine. go. Funny little stumpy legs. This is just a big rectangle. Yes. X. It's a little less than 2. And Y is less than 1. And greater than -2. And the dimensions for Z. Less than 3. Less than 3 then. What color is that? Oh, that's not even dark brown. That's regular brown. Oops. Just looked darker than regular brown to me. I don't know why. Mention the reason is something along the lines of blah 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 development versus production. Yeah. Something about seeing you make the same reasoning mistakes I made is strangely empowering. We think the same. Listen, if you're doing it right, if it comes out right, there's nothing wrong with that. Your code doesn't have to be perfect. Especially if you're not giving it to someone else. That is one thing I will say. If you're not like... And even if you are giving it to someone else, as long as it makes sense, it doesn't have to be perfect. That's a thing that kills me. Is like, I understand striving for perfection in things that you do, especially when it's something scientific. But like... Your shit doesn't have to be perfect. If it works and you understand it, and whoever else needs to read it also understands it, then like... Who cares, you know? If it works, it works. I think I could do... I could do just the front of his head. God, this is gonna be so many lines of code because all of these shapes are just so fucking weird. I mean, I could do the funny... I don't remember how I did that before. I could do his little nose. It's on y equals 1. How did I fucking do that? I know it's ABS. ABS X equals... Just get this down to get a color on the map. Yeah, just write orange. Don't write return. What does this do? Okay. I just do ABS X equals Z. There we go. Okay. So... How... God damn it. I already don't remember how I was doing that. I know I was just tucking like one thing in somewhere. Is it -1 or -2? The 1 cube needs to be on the edge, so -2. Also, if that someone else does not code, it matters even less what kind of ultimately working garbage you give them, because they won't know. Yeah, exactly. As long as your shit works and doesn't run terribly, who cares? Especially if you're not, like... The only time that I think optimization truly matters is in AAA game development, because, I'm gonna say it one more time, why the fuck is the Oblivion remake 200 times the file size of original Oblivion. That's stupid. Optimize your code. Compress some files. Fix that shit. It should not be that big. There's not a game in the world that should be that big. Games used to fit on one DVD. Games were 4 gigs. Motherfuckers made that shit work with 4 gigs. And people now are sending out games that are 100 plus gigs and barely fucking work? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? For real. There is one symbol I put in here before that filled in the gap underneath. It would fill in this hole right here. And I don't remember what it is. I think it's this, right? Yeah, okay. That just took me way too long to remember, but I did get that shape. Wow. Look at that. I could probably get the one up there in there somehow too, but I don't want to fuck with that. That's scary. That will be its own little thing there. And then I can just pop a rectangle on top of it. That's what? 0, 2, 2. And then we'll do that funny little square there. ABS X less than 2. Z is greater than 0 and Z is less than 3. Actually, let's do Y first. Y equals 2. Easy. Z is less than, and Z is greater than, oops, nope, greater than 0. Z is less than 3. Oops. Chat, can you hear double keyboard clicking from my keyboard in the game keyboard? I love that. I hear double. I guess Y can be less than 2 and Y can be greater than 0. Oh, it's gotta be less than 3. Oops. Wow. A little hot. Wow, look at that. Okay. His little ears. I love putting all these gaps in my code as if it makes it readable. It doesn't. Let's just take them out, see how terrible it looks. Beautiful. What does any of that mean? I don't know. Chat, remember I did it earlier. Did you see that? I did do that earlier. I switched it to blue. I hate brown. I hate brown switches. I think they sound bad. My keyboard in real life has blue switches, so I picked blue. Why is there a fly in here? I live in the desert, but for some reason there's like 1,000 flies outside of our house right now. And they keep getting inside, and it's driving me insane. Red all the way, chat member. Red is my enemy. That is my least favorite color. I hate it. This and this. I'm gonna freak out if this guy does not find somewhere else to land and pester somebody. I'm not gonna squish him because I don't kill bugs, but game is making me better at typing, which is funny. I just have to do his stupid little tail. Is there a way to do... How would I do an L shape? I've seen it. I saw it earlier.
Welcome to the chatroom Octagonsvin.
Maybe it's something making you better at typing Lua, which could be argued to be a disability. If anything, the formatting of this is similar enough to HTML that it might actually help me a little bit. What do you mean question marks? Oops. I know there's a way to fucking do that. To do like an L shape. Because I'd love to do an L shape and then just cut off. Like shift it down and then cut off the Y and Z. That's what it was. Yes, that is what gave them the square. However, I don't fucking know how that works. You were here, you saw me read this and say, what the fuck does that mean? And then just delete it. And I also don't know how to work that into, because it just was a return. It just returns it. I don't know how I would work this into a line to give me this shape to like shift down and cut off. So negative flips it. I can't just toss that in an if statement, can I? I have to get a return from that somehow. Yeah, because that just... And that's also just changing the colors instead of shifting the return. Honestly, chat member, I'm just gonna do it the easy way. Because the wording of this is what trips me up the most. I don't just need the documentation of what it is, I need the documentation of the syntax of it in a line for me to understand fully what it does. But what I could do is just make a little square and cut a corner off. That I know how to do. x equals 0. Y is less than 3. 3 and y is greater than 0. And z is less than 1 and z does not equal -2. Let's see if that does it. Orange. Yep. Ah. Shit. It's not Z that I need to do. It's... I can't even do it that way, I don't think. I would have to stack them. Can I just return the fucking... I guess I can't. I'd have to do it first. I mean, I can get real silly here. Did that the dumbest way possible, but if it works, it fucking works. It does still take a lot of lines. I just doubled the guy who did the best. That's fine. Struggle to understand what exactly this means. All I understand is a higher number bad. Wow, it is fancy. Wow. They're reminding me of this. I remember this. But I don't quite remember. Well, that does kind of the opposite of what I want. But it looks cool. Looks nice. Very pretty. Okay, that makes sense. Makes more sense than it did in my head before. None of those letters are anything. Oops. It's always that one. It looks like I probably need to do the top one first. Or even that I need to do the squares first. That sounds more likely. Oh, almost. What the fuck is that? Very interesting shape. But, not quite what I want. Oops. Man. Now it's like rotated. Shit. That's halfway there. What if it did greater than? Okay. Nope. Nope, that turns it sideways. It's also not facing the right way. Man. We're slowly getting there. That's not quite right because it needs to be... I need to start with the squares. I need to start with the squares. I've done the squares before. What is that? Regular brown? Yes. Or dark brown, rather. I don't need this extra shit. How did I do this before? Every time I do this. Every single time I do this. It's 2 ABSs. It's 2 absolute values. And it needs to be Z. And it also needs to be negative. No. 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 Well, we've got this much. That's full, at least. And we can do this. To at least get it to the top layer, but... Hang on, it's just this. Isn't it? It's just about figuring out the math. No, it's not what I wanted. Damn, what did I do wrong? This, isn't it? Okay, okay, okay. Okay, so I have to do this 2 times. I could simplify this though. If I just did greater than 5, y less than -5. Or can I do that? What have I done wrong? Greater than 5 gross. What did I do? What did I do? Can I not do... I can't do 2 outside ranges? I have to do middle range? Y less than 5. Yeah, you can't do an outside range. Well, I can't do it that way. I bet I could do ABS-Y though. Why is it that every time I put something else in here, it stops? There's a then right there. Am I just so stupid? Oh my god, I am. Thank you, chat member. I'm really good at missing that stupid fucking extra bullshit. You shouldn't have to do it. I understand why you do. But you shouldn't have to. Fucking Lua. Okay, well. We got the ends. What's the tag for comments in Lua? Is it 2 hyphens? Do you have to close it? All I know is HTML, which is really stupid. What are you doing over here? Hmm? Comfy in your bed? Okay. I should probably do the yellow one first, because it overlaps with the blue. You don't have to close them? Okay. Good to know. I also don't need to write them, but it's fun. Oops. Oh, wow. Interesting. You do have to close comments in HTML, but the reason you have to close them in HTML is because they get used a lot for just like blocking off a chunk to just pull it off of a web page temporarily. But most other things you do not have to close now. I love writing big paragraphs of comments in my own code so that when I come back to it after a month of not having time to fuck with it, I remember what I did. Okay. So I have this, but I don't think this is a clean enough thing for me to like extend this way, if that makes sense. I don't know how to even do that. I think I could do the diagonals and cut them off, but that's gonna be such a pain. I guess theoretically the best way to do it is to figure out how to make walls that cut off this and do the math from there. It'd be really funny if they snuck like one yellow one in there. Why did you have to make it on the fucking bias? Why couldn't you just make it on the square? I understand why, because it's difficult. But... I'm losing it, chat. Am I allowed to post links? I think I have them shut off, but you can send links in my Discord if you would like to. Which, hang on, I believe I have. Let's see if this still works. Look at that. My funny little button still works. This is kicking my ass. Discord might be a bit overkill for making the joke. You'd like emoji code? What the fuck is that? I'm gonna have to look up what that is. Very real programming language. Oh no. Doesn't sound like it. That's crazy. I don't even know where to fucking start with this. Entirely constructed of emojis, so it's like hieroglyphics code. That's insane. Modern hieroglyphics code. That's funny. That's the most fucked up thing I've ever seen. I don't like that. But it is funny. The thing that's getting me is that my brain just keeps going to the fact that I would know how to do these two diagonals in both directions, but not in a way that would fill the gaps between them. I'm getting my ass with this one. We're not even that far into the game, I don't think. Well, we're a couple emails in, you know, but it's starting to hurt me. Well, yeah, I do this all the time. It just shifts them around. But I don't need a slope. I mean, I guess I do, but it needs to be, like, on the bias. Chat member, you do not know how to play this game. Do not try to backseat me. Even as a joke. I could get really silly and just stack this over and over and over again, which would be kind of funny. Just stack this with fucking change the 6 to 7 and keep going all the way down, but... Sponge animation when you boot the game was in part my fault. That's funny. I love that this game has the funny boot animation because my stream has a funny boot animation. I tried really hard to capture the game before it happened and I couldn't, and then I restarted the game to try to capture it again and the game didn't start capturing until after it happened, so I just gave up, but it is very cool. Just doing this for something to base it off of. Made a line. That's an interesting one also. I know I've already done that once. I just am trying to learn. This one's fucking me up. Is that shifted at all? It does make a gap. which is not what I need, but... See, the thing is, I could just do this and fucking stack it all the way down, but that feels cheap. Let's do the first layer and see if I can stretch it from there. Or just put a taper on it somehow. That's interesting. That's even more interesting. It looks damn near random. Looks like it's different between odd and even numbers. It's always, almost always the same for even numbers. Looked at my solution without giving away too much. I can say I used 2 if statements to achieve this. Jesus Christ. I'm just trying to figure out how to get the like slope on the bias, because it's not flat against the side, it's across the corner. Now I'm just playing with it in this tab to see what does what. The thing that gets me is like, how do I, and again, this is me just not understanding syntax. How do I put this in a statement to use this alongside, like, another one? Because I can't do just this. Like, where would I put, what would I put with an equals in this to fucking get it to spit anything out? Like... That's why the straight up just return answer doesn't help me much, because I mean, that gets me that, but again, like, that's flat against the sides. And I need it to be. I'd like to point out I got this by pure luck, not skill. God damn it. That's unfair. Listen, chat member, I've been sitting on this one for a minute. If you would like to try to give me hints, you're welcome to. I appreciate that you've been withholding backseating, because it usually pisses me off real bad. But I've been staring at what looks like a very tall ice cream sandwich for like 20 minutes. and trying to understand how this shit works. See, that also, like, that's the wrong angle. It needs to be cut across. I certainly do love just tucking shit into a formula until it works. Except I also hate it because I don't know what that means. I would love to know what it means. I would love to understand, like, the mathematical meaning behind... I know it's that if this number, the absolute value of this number minus whatever this number is, which has the inverse because it's not the absolute value, so it's up one way, down the other. Which is what makes it taper and stop, I believe. Absolute value of this minus this is less than the negative absolute value of this, which inverts this. So this is the inverted of this, which I think is what puts it on the bias. Let's figure out how to do it upside down. And also, I'm off by a block because it needs to be one bigger. So. There we go. How do I do that upside down? X plus Y. I thought inverting everything would do it, but it did not. I guess plus Y, I guess, yeah, inverting just the 1. Since that's the vertical. Yeah. Yeah. Yes. And that's what? Regular blue? That's light blue. Need to take note of this. This. That was spelled all funny for a moment, but... Share my solution. No, but Twitch is gonna fuck the formatting. It will. I did that completely on accident, and I semi-understand the math behind it, but I would need to sit with it and stare at it more and, like, look at the numbers on the cubes for a minute to really, truly understand it. Oh my god, how did you do it with so much less? People are insane. Not a flower. Looks like a flower to me. Also looks really annoying to do. No, she's making fucking variables. Well, the first chunk, yeah, is... The first chunk is just the top and bottom. And then the middle... X plus A plus C less than A plus Y plus 1. Return 9, also return 14. Yeah, that makes sense. One less statement than me. Damn. God dang. Shit's kicking my ass. My brain's working hard. God damn, it's almost midnight. That's usually when I stop stream chat. Maybe we'll finish. How many more? Well, I'm not finishing these tonight. I will play more of this game. I'm having a very good time. I'd like to try to do this one before I go to bed. Ooh. So this, what does this change? Is it the color pattern? It is the color pattern. Okay, so that changes the color pattern. Ooh, I don't want that. That's ugly. That is what I want. Okay, I gotta use the funny ABS thing here. And I also need to limit the width, which I can do. What have I done? That's what I've done. Ooh. Less than or equal to 1 should be... Why is this suddenly inverted? Oh, because I'm fucking putting the empty on the inside. That's why. My fault, chat. Oops. The name of this track is amazing. Chill beats to relax and build cubes to. I do like that the music in this game reminds me kind of Picross music. I fucking love Picross, chat. I'll stream Picross someday. I need to get a capture card or just a video output put into my 3DS. I need to buy a fucking soldering microscope and see if I can do that myself now that nobody fucking does that. Usually don't need empty, by the way. If you don't return anything, it defaults to empty anyway. I'm just thinking about fucking... That specifically is just to cut off the two sides. I've been, instead of building within, I've been doing the whole cube and then like carving out of it. I think that is my Picross 3D brain. Of course, my very simple brain. Is there a way to write a variable to just remove yellow? Or do I need to do the fucking... I can do the ABS thing, but like... My brain is just locked on to remove yellow. Get rid of yellow. What is that? X and Y? What does that do? Ooh, interesting. Forgot I gotta do the fucking... How did I do this? How do I do this different every single fucking time? It's not ABS for both. That's my problem. I always try to do it for both. It's just for one. And then this is less than. Actually, no. This one doesn't need to be less than. It needs to be equal. And it needs to be... There we go. How did I fucking do this before? I've done this a million times. God damn it. Me being me, I'm just gonna have to do this. Return emo. Correct. Starting to feel annoying, but I'll say the first if statement's the same as mine. Why do you don't have to feel annoying about that? This is a fun game. That's part of why I was like, it's dumb that you can't see what other people did, because I'd love to compare what I'm doing to other people. Bro is still mathing. Dude, I'm getting so good at this, but also you missed like 30 minutes where I just sat and stared at this fucking hourglass. I didn't submit that. Oh, thank God. Ugh, so bad. So bad. It's okay. The real question is, what page am I on? There's only 31 pages right now. Everybody has 25. Oh my God, dude. Oh, I'm in here somewhere. These are all 31s. Guess I could have been the bottom of the last page also. I'm in there somewhere. I don't wanna fucking look. What is this? Oh my God. Last time I had to do one of these, it was so simple, and I don't think it's gonna be simple again. Yes, that's a good description. It's literally just writing math in Lua code, and the math dictates what the blocks do. I don't know how to do. There's got to be like a very simple figure for doing a checkerboard, and what I did before was comparing the numbers even and odd. I don't... Because if they're both even, yeah, but then some of them, they're both odd. I don't understand. Used 3 for this one? Well, I'd assume 1 for the wall, 1 for the window, and 1 for the floor. But chat member, if you'd like to spoil it for me, I've been struggling every time there's a checkerboard one. And I have no clue how to do it properly. Could use some furniture. Yeah, let me code that funny little chair from earlier into that. I should probably play games like these teeny mush brain doesn't understand. Dude, I've been trying to play more puzzle games lately because I feel like I'm getting dumber. It sucks. That's what? 12 and 14? So dark blue and light blue. We'll just do light blue for now, and we'll swap them if we have to. You have 1 to create the checkerboard? Fuck. No, let's continue selling substances digitally, actually. That's big brain gaming. I mean, those games also they serve their purpose in terms of, like, working your brain out. You're doing math, you're fucking organizing shit. Like, there isn't no benefit to playing funny games. Almost certainly insanely more complicated than it has to be. Fuck, don't tell me what it is then. We gotta figure out... This is why we need to be able to see the good ones. I don't need to submit my shit to the leaderboards. I just want to know how this works. Well, one thing I could do is put this at the end, and then do if x is greater than -6, and z is less than 6. I can do that, but I still have to do the floor, so. And I have to do the window before that because that'll overwrite it. Modulo is needed once if you do it the way I apparently have. I think that's how they have you do the checkerboard the first time, but when I did it, there were gaps that weren't fixed, like gaps that didn't. Gaps that didn't end up the right color, so I ended up having to do them by hand. So we'll see. I'm sure that is exactly how you do a checkerboard. If z equals 6 to start. Z equals 6. And I don't know why I have it that way. Do x first, why not? X is greater than -4 and less than 4. Wait, that's symmetrical. I guess X is less than 4 and ABS Y is less than 4. Then turn around. Except I gotta get all that other shit in there too, but just to start it here. Can I just do this? I can't assign 2 meanings to X, unfortunately. I'd love to do the bars next so that I can do... I guess I don't have to, well, I do have to fill the transparency because it's going to be white if I don't. This will probably be the last one I do for the night too because it is midnight and this one's going to take me a minute longer, I'm sure. Why did I do less than 4 when I could just do equals 3? That's a good question. Oh, that's why. Oops. Your line 7 is pretty much exactly like this in my solution, damn it. So I just have to do the square again. Less than 4. Yes. Y. Less than 4. What if I did a nest and did if x equals 0 and if y equals 0. But then I have to nest the transparent ones in there somehow. This one's getting me good, chat. Again. Sure, the nested needs to know if they are equal to 0. I was setting those, that nested was me setting these two crossbars, which are on 0, which is why they were assigned to brown. Though I'm realizing I did not end twice. Which doesn't matter anyway, because there aren't transparent spots there for it to see. They already are brown, yes, but my plan was to, in between the two, put in the code for the transparent bits. I was just trying to figure out how to do it. The thing is, I feel like if I did... God, I have to fucking close the Discord overlay every time I do this, which is insane because I don't use it. I don't even know what this is. I would like it to be non-existent. I don't even want to see it. Turn. Why did I put two ifs? Not equal 0 and ABS X. fix anything. Have the right idea? God damn it. Unfortunately, that just makes the window smaller. I feel like this just denotes the entire area. Everything in it denotes what's in it, but I almost feel like I just need to do this whole fucking line again after the empty. No, because then the empty can't overwrite the brown. Seven and 8 are one line apart. So you've tucked something in between them. So this is the whole square. This was supposed to be the edges, but I seem to have done the thing where I've just done the corners again, I think. But that would just make me want to do 2 lines. Oh, I'm making a mess. didn't use any equals in your line 8? What the fuck? Jesus Christ. Alright. Oh, the shadow's nice. Figure out how to do a fucking checkerboard. What's the fucking thing called? This? Modulo? I know dividing by 2 gives you on and off, but I don't think that's gonna... Is that how you fucking do that? Chat member, there is no way it is clear that I am smarter than you. I am guessing my way through this shit. I have no clue what I'm doing. I have no idea why this doesn't work. Guess what? It's probably that. Except it just ruined everything. Wow. No, I'm not, that's not 0, it's by X. What do you mean? Wait, it has to be by 2, right? Okay, so that gives me that. If Z %2 is 0 and X. That's ands and X. 2 equals... Like, that's not a checkerboard. What do you mean? I mean, that shifts the whole grid, but... Excuse me? What did I do wrong? Still less, it's still here. It's this.
Welcome to the chat room, Sarah PUSPDEW.
Line 2 only has a 1 expression? How? Did you include... I mean, I guess that doesn't matter because that's its own thing. How? Just do some funny shit. I'm losing it. It's finally happening. What have I done wrong? I just want to fill the gaps in only this layer. And I'm obviously doing it wrong. Yeah, I don't know why there's two ends there. But... oh my god. Okay, gaps filled. But now I have to do this to fucking... I think I have them inverse anyway. That corner needs to be dark blue, but... I almost fucking have it. I'm losing it, chat. I know I've said that a million times, but I am truly cooked at the moment. I gotta get this goddamn floor, and then I can go to bed. I have shit to do tomorrow. That's such a nothing note. Okay, so that's just a non-player then. I know this doesn't matter, but I just want to get the right one in the corner. Thought I was so smart. Even though that would just be every block, if I'm being honest. Even plus even is even, and odd plus odd is even, so that wouldn't really do me any favors. It's a good thing this game has very catchy, relaxing music. I'm just doing so much math in my head right now. There's an option in the settings for the parentheses auto closing. I would turn it off, but I found out that you can just type the second one anyway on top of the original. So it doesn't bother me as much now, thankfully. Honestly, chat member, no, I don't see the difference because that is the same as that. And as much as I appreciate your help, please don't backseat too much because it'll just make me more mad. Like figuring stuff out on my own. You show me your line 2? The last thing I have to struggle with? No, I gotta figure this shit out. I'll get it. I'm working on it. At this point, I'm just staring at the numbers and trying to figure out the relation for the gaps that doesn't matter for the gaps I don't need filled. I'm slowly figuring it out. Motherfucker. I had to think really hard. I had to think very, very hard about the relation of the numbers on both bars and why some gaps were filled and some were not. And after about 10 minutes, I kind of figured it out. This was not shown to me last time we had to do checkerboard, and it was also much smaller. It was like this size. So I just filled in the other gaps, but makes sense now. Because no matter what you do, odd number plus even number is always going to return odd from this. No, chat member, that's pretty standard. Let's see how bad it is. How bad is it? It's a little on the higher end of this. But here, doesn't make me too mad. If y is equal to -6, return 12. See, you do the thing that gets me is that you are using, it looks like you're using the funny numbers for the colors. And that wigs me out because there's so many other numbers going on. I need the differentiation between the numbers and the colors. And I know that they are a different color. They show as the color they are, but I'd rather just use the color name. Makes more sense in my brain. But look at that. Now next time we have to do this one, which I'm not doing right now. God damn, it already looks like it's gonna make me angry, but there's symmetry. I see the symmetry. I just used that on the last one. Please don't say that to me. Well, I guess for the floor. But how would you make it that big? I actually don't. I don't know. I guess division by 3, maybe? I don't know. I don't know. We'll figure it out next time. I'm having too good of a time with this.